Alright. I'm gonna keep up with this. Mostly because I got nothing better to do. But here's the thing. All of this is kind of garbage. It's no good. Not all of it, but like a lot of it. The mane is no good. The face is no good. The claws are fine. They're a little much for Pokemans, but they're not like out of this world. Uh, the shaggy body is too much. So what I've decided to do is scrap pretty much everything except for the teeth and the claws. And we're gonna revisit this whole process. The pose is gonna stay. I like the pose well enough. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn the mane into like a ball lightning type of feature to bring that electricity back into it. And we're gonna focus on, instead of the more realistic dog face with the snout and the snarl, we're gonna close the mouth. So that pretty much just the fangs and the tusks come out. We might show the lower teeth. I think that'd be kind of funny to emphasize a weird underbite in spite of the forward-facing fangs. And we'll give him like a more pushed-in kind of chow situation. Is that what I'm thinking of? A chow? I don't think it really matters. It's all dog. It's all friends all the way down. Alright. Background music is go. I've copied this file, and it's and I've come up with a name for our fella here. Forgive the sound in the microphone as I move it. Okay, that's better. What we're gonna do is we're gonna forget most of this. So I've copied the file so that everything that exists as it is can stay, and I can use it as a jumping board for other projects if I so desire. But now I can delete all of this with impunity if I so desire. So what we've got is our boy. That's everything. So we're going to copy this whole group. That's not what I wanted to do. Duplicate. Get rid of that. Alright. Claws we're keeping. Ooh, face group. Face group had a separate group, right? Yeah, we'll just delete sections of it. We're keeping that. That's gotta go, though. No. And... I might keep a hold of this for now, just because it's a more clear outline of the body. Which is weird to say, because it's all weird, sketchy triangles and schnaz. That's fine. What is this? Why am I not seeing... No current live streams. Fresh? There we go. More information is better than less information. Yawn. Yawn sigh. Sigh yawn. Of the 7th dawn. Alright. And of this group, we want to keep Why is this group so big? Oh, right, I had, like, a full face. Ugh. Well... held it. Oh, no! What have I done? What is this nonsense? Uh-oh. Oops. What did I do with the teeth? There's upper teeth. There's also teeth. Ah, okay. So, what we're gonna do is we will group layer. You. 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 Why is this wrong? Where'd those other teeth go? Am I a fool? Should I have been labeling everything? No. It's the children who are wrong. There it is. Alright. Task failed successfully. To that end, gonna move you up and out. I'm actually gonna move you way the heck down. Down here. Goodness, what am I doing with my life? I had a plan, I swear. Alright, that's teeth. Group 72 is teeth. Group 40 is no longer strictly necessary. We'll just move it way the hell down. 36. Oof. Also move that out of the way while we're at it. Actually, I have a copy of all this. What am I doing saving stuff that I'm not actively using anymore? Yeah, I have a copy of all this. If I want to export and import, I can. Delete. That's all not appearing now. What have I done wrong? You know, I'm just gonna stop. We're just gonna move forward. 32. Oh, I forgot about these boys. Oh, they look pretty not great, don't they? Now let's just undo the delete. Oh, move forward. All right, you know what? We're getting We're getting lost in the weeds here. There we go. That's all I wanted. I wanted to reset. Alright. Copy of group 40. That's what we're working with. That's our teeth. Teeth down. Teeth down here. Alright. Now that we're done with nonsense, we can get back at it. And part of getting back at it is... Say the words with me, new group layer. Alright. So... in group 40... Get rid of that. Alright. Cutting the cord. Getting rid of that. Don't want it. We have a copy of it if we need it. We're good. So instead of just making a worse version of Entei, let's try out some things. Let's start with the main. It's going to be largely our main feature of this fella. I can already tell that, like, because the character's name is Pombom, that they're going to probably go for more of a bomb with it. I mean, he's round. Why am I gesturing to no one? He's round. He's got like a little bomb situation going there. He's a lovely fella. We're kind of going largely the opposite direction. Not the opposite direction, just however I feel like, really. So, let's start off with if you're familiar with ball lightning, you got your ball and it like shoots out lightning in etc. various directions. That's kind of what we want to do. So we want to have the main, which is our main circle here, and we want to have a little staticky nonsense coming off of it. Maybe the tips of it, like you got your hair and then it just sort of gets a little no, not that. It's a little... Yeah, that's also kind of terrible. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Maybe we'll just have the lightning come off of it. I think it'd be cool if, like, maybe we had the color of our flame. The main is flame, but then, like, on the outer edges of it. It was that, and had coming off just like in sections, so like little bits that lie on the curve where it's energized. I think that'd be solid. This is our core concept now. For our fellow, this is our core concept. now we just need to figure out how to realize it. To that end, also want to maintain our cute fuzzy buddy here. So we want to maintain the idea of the fire. So there's like that kind of idea of the fire shape. Instead of the whole mane being one of that, what if we... give it kind of a whole... What are those called? Like the Aratama sort of thing situation? Have it be like made up of them? Sort of continuing around in a circle. I think that might be alright. Yeah. Okay. I can work with that. I can work with that. Oh boy. Okay. I really wish I knew what I was doing. That'd be great. That'd be just fantastic. So, let's build a framework out of machine parts essentially first. Get a proper circle going. Boom. Then we can work within it. Let's actually back to our color here and another circle because we want to have sort of a idea where the face is gonna be, and I'm thinking mouth goes kind of like here-ish. We'll angle it toward the bottom of the head, sort of offset maybe. It's like jumping, snarling, twisting around. We'll have it offset a bit. Just a little bit. Alright. Now I just have to draw the rest of the owl. Alright, so we're gonna, like... woo. And it's also gotta, like, come back in, so... there we go. Just give it the old... woof. Whoop, a little too much. Little too much on that. Oh, we're gonna have to, like, new layer this. Each and every one, almost. Either copy it, paste it, rotate it. Undo. Actually, yeah, let's just do that. Let's take the easy way out. Alright. There we go. Actually, that's what we gotta do. We gotta use the machine to our advantage. The center of this, the center of the orb. Then we can copy it. And will that copy then maintain that? No. So we're just going to have to do it every time. That's fine. Alright. Back at it then. Oh no, that's not what I want to undo. Roughly the center. Yeah, now we're rotating it more or less in the actual circle. Okay. I wonder, is there any like weird symbolism beyond these? Because I know we're sort of touching into let's open up a different window so I don't screw that up as well. Back off. God damn it. I really need to reset the default search engine on my browser. I've been so lazy about it. I've been like, functional's good enough, bro, but man, Bing is just terrible. It's just bad. Alright. I like those the little like curly stone things. I probably have the term wrong. Can we just like look up swirly anime stone and be real weird about it? Chai-tom? That ain't it. Oh no, Google's actually not all that much better. Oh. What? Okay. These things that kind of like the home way. So, if we, yeah, be gone you. Is there like a good or bad way to spin these sort of comma symbols? mostly doesn't seem to be much rhyme or reason. Guess we'll just do it as I've been doing it. Yeah. Screw it. It looks fine. We'll just do it as is. Just do it as is. Feels pretty alright. Yeah, we're getting kind of tall with this. I think I might need to tighten it up. Maybe instead of going along that curve, we, Well, let's start from the top then. We don't need to. Caused quite the mess for myself here. You then? Yes. Alright. So if we're starting from the top, let's keep our planning here. And we'll keep the curve of this like inner swirl to the to our planned circle. I think that might work out a little better. Yeah, screw it. We'll just start doing it. We're gonna crush it all down into one layer eventually anyway. Why are you... You're not opposite. I'm just kind of a fool. Alright. We bring you in a little bit. Yeah, that'll be fine, I think. Something like that. That'll do. Oh, got that one right. Almost look like I know what I'm doing. Alright, we'll go outside the lines with that one. That's fine. Alright. Let's, start mashing these down, huh? We're looking at Control E. I can give it the old Control E. I have ability to do that. Alright. What's that look without our guardrails? Well, it sure is a shape anyway. Not sure if it's a great shape, but it sure looks like the mane of a Tibetan Mastiff mid-swirl. Where's Snarlo at? Where's good old Snarlo? Yeah, there's Snarlo down there. That's kind of got the swirl going on, though. His goes in kind of a few directions, I think that's fine. And then, like, when it rests, they can be, like, curled inward towards each other when we get around to making our not mid-attack phase here. I think that'll work just fine. As for face, we need a new face. I'm gonna ditch you. You're just an asset for us to reuse. I think I'm gonna put a group layer in the group layer for this. As for anything beyond that, alright. So, what did I do with B40? No. Where's, where did I put my teeth? Well, shit, I've already forgotten where the teeth are. Did I not copy them in this timeline? There they are. Alright, group 72. We're gonna copy group 72. We're gonna move it. Oh, no, that's fine, actually. Alright. Group 72. I really should be naming all these as I go so I don't keep getting confused. The numbers are just going to continue to balloon out. And I don't know what to do. Get good, I guess. What have I done? Where did the teeth go? Son of a bitch. Group 72. Am I taking crazy pills? What is happening? What is happening? Copy of group 72. Oh, I copied the paint layer. I don't need that. Okay. Oh, I'm bad. I'm bad. Alright, so you need to shift down. I'm gonna put you in this snoutly area. Then what do you look like? That's fine. That's plenty fine. I think we might centralize you a little bit more, actually. We want to maintain the illusion of, a main, but we don't need him to have, like, a 12 head. That's not as ideal. So we'll put this here, kind of as a guideline. Along with this, where's our circle? Circle! Alright, so that's more or less where I wanted that. Lower jaw, mouth closed, eyes there-ish. Can gesture a little better with actual gestures, maybe. I'm thinking like nose, lower jaw, eyes. That's not great, is it? That's not gonna be all of it though. Undo. Not copy. Why are you copying? Undo. Alright, back to moving around things I've already done. So, That's more or less where we want that. We're gonna go back to orange for a little bit. Sounds okay. So, to get our guy significantly more friend-shaped, we need to make this awful fucking demon clown teeth minimal. I think that would be just swell. So, to that end, how's about gives him like Pombom has like a full-on circle nose. I'd like to keep it rounded, but I'm thinking triangle. So we'll just get like a nope, that ain't it. Sort of a rounded triangle situation that and a classic dog mushroom look that goes on. I think that's a good enough guideline for that. Then can shove things around a little bit. Big friendly nose. Big friendly nose, and then we'll do like how do I get it? All right. You know what? We're cheating again. We're just gonna cheat. Layer, transform, mirror. Where the hell did it go? Oh, there it is. That's how far center off canvas we are. So we'll just get like that. We'll have them just touching. And we'll give it the old Control E. Boosh. One layer. It's like I did it first try, perfect like. And you can't prove I didn't. Unless you take this clip and show it to people. Please don't. Off tilt that a little bit. I don't know, do we fully erase those teeth by just like going over them? I don't want it to snarl a little bit, so we'll just have the barest mention of them. Boom, kind of like that. Kind of like that. And, from there, we'll just come up. Come up. And I really like that, so we'll do the same trick. We'll copy, layer. Oh, you can't see the menus I'm going through at all. Interesting. Alright, well, we'll just mirror horizontally. Where the hell did that go? Way over there. Way the hell over there. We'll just twist that down a little bit. It's there-ish. It kind of needs to be like there-ish. Well, no, that's like the inside of the tusk. That's fine. Boom. Just like that. Give the old Control E. It's always been one layer in Bossing Say. What else? Hi, how you doing? Was there another set of teeth in it? So, yeah, sorry, I got like a hell of a delay. My internet's not the best. Nice to meet you, though. Wanna be warrior cats, rainbow cloud? There's a lot going on there. Rain cloud. I'm just gonna go with rain clouds faster. How you doing? So the extra teeth going up is based on the mouth of an Oni mask that I found online that I really quite liked. I don't know where I put it. I don't know. Somewhere. It's somewhere in this mess, I assure you. Here we go. Well, son of a biscuit. Okay. Gotta actually select the damn thing. So, it's based on this Oni mask that I found. I appreciate you. Drinking water is important. I do have a big old mug next to me. Hydration. Never been the best at it. You know what helps? Not having enough money to buy soda in the first place. If you can't afford sweet drinks, you're left with little other option. So, the idea was that I'd have these, like, tusks coming up and the fangs coming down, and I kind of traced out the teeth here. I'll clean it up later, but I'm feeling like this is alright. An alright concept. The big circles are going away. They're just kind of like, they're there to help me draw the rest of the owl, as it were. For example, it will look a lot better if I get rid of those big twisty mane teeth, and then we'll clear out the stuff. Once we get the general shape down. But to get the shape down, we gotta actually paint the shape. Oh. Alright, cracking every joint in my right arm. Fun. Hockey smoky. So, how does the lower lip of a dog even look? Do we give it like a... We got that. I like that well enough. And we'll swoop it up. And we'll and swoop. Too much. And swoop it up. No. That'll work out okay. But we're gonna have to start moving some layers around. This one's just gonna have to go up till we're past our lips. Oh, too far. There we go. Nope, not far enough. Yep, it's gonna have to be on top. Then you gotta be even higher. Okay. And you gotta be up there as well. Alright. That makes life easier on my mind. The tusk gotta be above the lower lips as well. Maybe I just move the lower lips down. Maybe that'll make my life easier. There we go. Think that'll do. What if there was another set going up to match the ones going down? Oh. Yeah. I misunderstood what you were saying, I suppose, but I had accounted for that. So there is the up and down. They're just off to the sides. They look like weird bananas. Sorry about that. Not always the cleverest of boys, but every once in a while I get something going on. What's going on here? That's that. That's about these teeth. Alright, let's do a little erasing. That'll make life a little less insane. Undo. Transform you a little bit before we go any further. Just a touch. Rawr, I'm a scary monster. Rawr. Sometimes you go. What's life without a little whimsy? Alright, that'll be fine. No. Yes, alright. Okie dokie. How are we looking? Sufficiently spooky, I think. Sufficiently spooky without being, too crazy. Yeah. I think that's quite alright. Hmm. What? What's happening? Oh. I done messed up again. Okay. I get confused sometimes, alright? It's fine. It actually is, though. Now let's imply the jawline is, like, down here. And we can add a new layer. You can be like, ah. It's coming out more gremlin-y all the time, but I don't really know what to do about that. You know, aside from, like, maybe thinning that out some. Alright, I think I'm already kind of pushing the envelope with that, so might need to narrow those down a bit as well. Or round them out. Looks like we've gone kind of snouty with it. It's probably fine. Alright. To undo at least a little bit of our stuff, let's give it the appearance of some snoutage. I'll just give it a little. Alright, there we go. I think that's good enough for now. Now we can work on big doofy eyebrow things to sort of make it feel a little less like a crazy Cujo murder hound. To that end, let's give you big floofy eyebrows. Big floofo eyebrows. That's kind of gonna be the way to go, I think. Let's give it the old whoop. Whoop. Up. Ah, no. He's having a stroke. Yeah, we're gonna do it again. Layer. Duplicates. Transform. Mirror horizontally. There we go. Enter. And we can properly move you around. Whoop. Properly move you around. Lengthen you out just a little more. Okay. Fantastic. I think, anyway. Gonna have big, doofy eyebrows covering up where the eyes would be. I love it. More or less. I think it could be worse. And then, while we're at this, let's, first of all, let's merge you down. Let's leave it alone. Let's leave the whole eyebrow group alone. We'll, create a new one in here, and we'll just give it a little... Alright. Do these little connective tissue. And bam-so. Got away a little material. Everything is delightful. Fantastic. Could be better, but such is life. Let's see how that matches up with the rest of the body. We just like move this up here. Yas. Yas. I think that's pretty swell, and then you can add a little detail down here to imply neck. I think that works just well. Just great. Oh, because I have that one asset over here. Okay. That's fine. That's just fine. I still think I may have gone a little too angry with the mouth segment, but I don't hate it. I don't hate it nearly as much as I hated what I had before. We are, of course, not done with that, because we want to, like, throw lightning off of it and shit, but, I think that's just fine. I think now we can quite easily make a tail. This can like go down way the hell down here. With the rest of our like core concepts. Then for the tail, we'll have it like spinning the opposite direction, so it'll be like turbines catching energy in all sorts of cool ways. Or not. I don't know. I'm kind of talking out my ass. Might squish those all closer together just so that I don't need the connective tissue. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I think we'll take the time to mash that stuff together. Okay. Ah, shoot, I meshed all that into one thing. Alright. That's fine. We'll just, we'll figure it out. Or we won't. Those are the options in life. Select by hand. Move. There we go. Move you up. No. That's where we want that. Let's move you in. Just start touching these all together and it'll shrink pretty drastically. That's fine. This is why you don't merge layers till you're absolutely certain that you're not gonna need them anymore. That'll do. I'll actually undo that. Let's move this other fella first then. Why does this work require a steadier hand than I have? Don't much care for it. That'll do. Aha. There we go. Fantastic. And once again. Once again. We move you up. In. Fantastic. Fantastic. I think we're doing okay now. Deselect. You got like a little yellow blobule up here that I gotta get rid of though. There you go. Alright. That makes that look a lot better. And then we're just gonna get rid of that altogether. We don't want it or need it now. That feels a lot better. Alright, we've accomplished almost something. Time to save. Time to save. Alright, yeah, how long did that take me? An hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, that's like 10 minutes of work for somebody who actually knows what they're doing. It'll be fine. It's only... Don't worry about it. It's only 7 or so times more. 8? I know how math works. So... time to redraw the body. This will go a lot faster, hopefully. Because we won't need to do nearly as much. So, new group. What was that? Okay. Okay. New group, new layer, new color. Sip of water. Ah, refreshing. Straight from the tap. All the fluoride the government wants to brainwash you with. Okay. So, I think we're gonna try to maintain, instead of these shaggy spikes, we're gonna just draw the shape we want. And then add little floofs onto that. Kind of like Pombom up here has with the cheek bits, or the chin bits. Which honestly is what I should have done for that lower lip. And we may still. We'll go back, we'll like redo that. We'll do that as part of the body here. Yeah. I think that'd be just swell. I traded diorite. Yeah, you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong, my guy. I'm gonna use that. In fact, I came up with that now. You're welcome. You made this? I made this. Alright, so let's get our general shape down. We got like... Oop, that's a little too wobbly. Got like... leg... you know, it's fine for it to be wobbly. He's supposed to be a fluffy buddy. When he's not being a murder hound, I guess. This will also let us sort of correct some weirdness while we're at it. Got kind of the shape of the leg. The shape of the leg. Actually, I don't mind that. It's the thickness I wasn't fond of, but this isn't even the final form, so who gives a rat's ass? There we go. Okay. That's our general's form. Can come down here. Can eliminate that. Alright. And just like that, we're back to square 5. Not quite square 1. Now we gotta fluff up our buddy here a touch. How the fudge in hell do I do that? Guess we take inspiration from this. Just little rounded spikes. Rounded trianguloids. And while we're at it, let's make our little bearded situation here while we're at it. Whoop. I kind of like come down and over. Ugh. Yeah, let's have those go the other direction. We'll have like each set of fur going different, so the mane will go counterclockwise like that, and his beard, I guess we'll call it. Call it his beard. We'll go clockwise, so yeah, something like that. Have that come up to thereabouts, and we rotate it a few degrees, huh? But where, oh where, did my chinny chin chin go? Son of a gun. It is in here. There it is. we'll just let... Oh, nope, not all of that. Undo. Let the beard do a lot of heavy lifting on the jawline. It's coming across as more of a new as time goes on here. Which isn't necessarily bad, you know, it did that whole storms and nightmares over the one fella's castle or whatever have you. So it's gonna stick with our kind of electrical thing. Alright. I can go away. You and you are basically the same thing now. That's fine. Back to what we were doing. Back at it. Alright. So we've practiced with our little thingamajammers there. Might actually make that bigger. Might actually transform that a little bit. I'm pretty happy with the shape, but I think maybe it needs to be kind of askew a bit. Yeah, I think that'll do. I might have ruined it. It'll be fine. Yeah, I ruined it. Alright. We'll leave that as is for now. Just get back to work. Very important. Perfect is the enemy of good. Perfect comes later. Make good now. Alright. Green, green, green. Not green. Aqua. Turquoise. Not turquoise. Turquoise would be like over here somewhere. Yeah, like that. We're not doing that though. We're doing this. So, we want kind of the rest of the body to swirl off like this. So, gonna come down with it, but it's going to curl inward. Alright. That's not bad. Not bad at all. I think that works okay. gonna be working forever on this one damn triangle. Yeah, there we go. I did both of those at once instead of in separate layers. Oh well. Such is life. Alright, that'll do. Much more subtle on the legs than the previous one. Get another new layer. Let's make this also kind of shaggy around the belly. We'll just go... That's too much. I'll give it like a... Yeah, maybe we just leave that as is, more or less. Not great, but it's happening. Sorta, kinda. Almost. Bueller. Yeah, I think this I kind of want to give like a... Yeah, it's a little too... Yeah, a little too exaggerated. We'll have it come down-ish. Maybe we just do that. Just have it more shaded. You can let that do some heavy lifting. You know, the coloration and all. You can come up like that. There we go. And we'll start doing some erasure. Pretty alright. I've seen worse. I've made worse. Yeah. Whoop. That ain't the right tool for the job. And we'll just, there we go. Yeah, a little more detail, just undo. I think that's pretty alright. We'll add some shagginess. Just a little. I don't know what this layer is. Is this the one I started then did nothing with? No. No, it is not. That's that chesticle area. What to do with that, I don't know. It's completely unknown to me. But we can add some basic, like, basic shagginess to some limbs to or to show us that something's going on. Something like these little check marks. That's all we gotta do. He's a fuzzy boy. He's a fuzzy boy. Alright. What is next? Hey, that part only took 20 minutes. Neato. Let's break up some of the straighter lines on the limbs. Just, make it so those look less like scales. There it is. Kind of a wider check mark. We'll just come off of them a little bit. to be like inside of them almost. Just went too hard with it before, I feel. I think one of the strengths of Pokemon is that we're not going full detail, but we're going enough detail. I'm honestly not sure if I have what side of that line I'm on. Don't need that mysterious Wangus there. Not a Wangus. I didn't draw that. Just part of a leg line that no longer exists. There. This should be the last one then. Okie smoky. Pretty alright. I'm putting way too much detail into this line work. We gotta stop. We gotta. Alright. Next. There we go. It's coming together, dude. It's coming together, dude. Alright. Next one should be significantly easier because we're just like... gonna make like a lightning bolt-ish shaped tail, kind of curve it, and then add some of these kind of like swirly bobs to it. So if we were to prototype that, first we add our new group layer. Why? Why are you like this? Alright. So if we prototype this sumbitch, we would say lightning, kind of like a sort of curve to it. Going in the opposite direction of these. and say, let's go to pink, I guess. We'll get kind of a, and then we'll have it like snap back though, so we'll have like a triangle into that action. Yes. Not really feeling that. Maybe it's the tip that's the problem. If we have it continue along, we just go like... that continue further. Just a bit, though. Yeah, something like that. Then we'll have it like meet low, like that. And do like the same kind of... We want it like reversed. So we'd have it like... terrible. Absolutely bad. Bad awful. Still not great, but I'll take it. As a prototype. As a prototype. It just comes back down in. Let's say we move this sumbitch. And we have them like, or ride the outside of it, or ride the shape. We'd have like one there. One there-ish. Might be getting a little busy. We just let the last of the lightning ride out on that, huh? Have the little lightning bolt coming out of the flames. Lightning bolt shape coming out of the flames. Ah, nah, don't be a coward now. Don't be a coward now. Then we like come back in on the tail. Then we would give it like a... Give it also like another... Yeah, what do we say to that? Huh? What do we say to... I wanted to like be a lightning bolt shape. Like coming out of clouds. Fire clouds. How do we do that though? I think first of all we move it like aiming this way. Give it like a... further in. Maybe just that kind of shape. Oh, just go like a... Oh. Maybe just that shape. Maybe that's enough. How the hell do you end a dog's tail? I am at a complete loss. Because it's just turning into Scorpion here. Yeah, I don't hate this shape, so that works. Maybe we just leave it. Maybe we just leave it and we just like add our kind of same shaggy shapes to this. Like, we just give it the old... Alright. I think that works. I think that's fine. You're my concepts page. Yeah, we can delete you. Alright, tail. Our whole thing is like being up here. Let's give you volume by pushing you down. Alright. Stellar. We've more or less got our framework now. Let's just, whoosh. Got a fair bit to delete here. Tail also just needs to go below body. Buzz. Body. Group 100 below 91. Alright. Now I can see what to erase. We can start erasing. Don't need to see any of this. None of that matters. Yeah. Then all of this goes. And then you don't matter. Okay. Then we go to you. Honestly, you can merge down. You can merge down. Oh. Alright. Look at that boy. That could be worse. That actually needs to be above the body section, now that I think about it. The body section. We open up and we find that boot high. What on earth is happening? Oh. Oh. I scrolled too far. Body. Wait. What am I doing? Use your brain. There we go. Okay. Neurons reactivated. It's okay, I'm only mostly stupid. And if I remember right... This... No? This? No. This? No. That's detail A. There we go. This layer. 99. Gonna go back and add a few more butt fuzzies. Alright. Then, come back down to this layer. And we just kinda delete. There we go. That doesn't look great. That could be better. Hold up. Let's just move that. Let's just move that. It could still be better. Oh well. Ain't no worries. I think we've mostly got our boy here. Ugh. This does not look... Okay, hold up, hold up. Alright, let's be dreadfully honest here. This guy does not look like this guy. At all. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. That said, we just gonna, I gotta drain the lizard. I gotta... that's not how you do it, huh? Alright, I'll be back shortly. I will. I swear it. You can't stop me from coming back. Your voice on the internet. Text Steven. Oop, knock that over. I've returned from my glorious porcelain throne. Oh. Alright. Weren't gone but a minute or so. Yay! Alright. Now the question becomes, what the hell do I do with this? What I'm thinking is, I don't want to do all this line work again. That's what I'm thinking. So, what I imagine I'll do, after saving, what we'll do is we'll make some color splotches behind all of this. First of all, group, layer, all of you in here. down, please? There we go. Alright. So, group layer. What do we do? Oh, our fella here largely has 1, 2. Hide that, and we'll rename it. Actually rename it. Call you line work A. Congratulations, after all that, we've finally almost done something. That's, that's where we were last time, this is where we are now. Kinda nutsoid. He's a more jolly fellow, I feel, without the, even though he's got his teeth bared. I think he's alright. Oh, redo. Okay. He's a much more jolly fellow than he was even at the beginning of the day. Water. That's what I'm missing. So, since we've got that, let's create a new group. I'm gonna leave this as kind of a paint splotch. So, file, save, again. Thank you. Our friend here is really just 2 colors. Well, 3 colors. He's got kind of the cream on the snout. It's also a highlight. Whether or not that's serving as a highlight, I don't know. They're so much better than I am at letting the shading do the heavy lifting for depth. Yeah, we've kind of skipped the ears, because the mane is just very big. I imagine like an alternate view when the mane fluffs out like this during an attack, you would see the ears, and then it would curl back down. Yeah. And then, like, when it's also in a calm state, the tail curls up into a little doodad, kind of like this is over here. Again, once again, why am I gesturing with that? This tail probably curls up like brrrr, much like this fella is over here. And you know, these curl inward, so it would be more like a ball, and it would just look like, I don't know, better than that. That's for later me to figure out though. Right now it's mid attack guy. Alright. So, what do we do? Color splotches. So, we want the kind of orange, but we want it to be kind of duskier, maybe. Maybe a little more red. Something like that. How would that look? How would that look? You know, if we just make our brush size massive and we go body. Just darken our fella. We just darken our fella here. Alright. Then we'll try to aim for that same kind of cream color. A little more yellow than that. We go up here. Oh, too much. Saturate. More orange. Alright. Yeah, something like that. And if we do that, and we say, you know, make his snout sort of cream. Undo. Make his snout sort of creamy. Maybe his big eyebrows. And his feetsies. Alright. That's something. Not really sure about it, but it's something. And then, say we take this same red color and go back here. Alright. Take our cream color. Back here, let's make the beard that same, like... beard slash lip. Maybe come in like that. And just along the lip, we'll just... yeah, we're getting a little lion dog with it, which is fine. There's somebody who put out a very cool lion dog, like the dancing lion evolution for this, and I'm trying real hard not to just rip that off, but I... oh, it's so good though. then while we're at it, we can add these little shaggy bits. Maybe we make those kind of like the cream as well. We just go like... Just go through with it, and we're like, hey, cream, cream. Just these internal shaggy bits. We'll just... something like that. Yeah. Breaks up the action a little bit. This is kind of loosey-goosey take on what we're doing. What then, hero? What then? We got our red action. The main fur has become it. The undercoat and the details have become the cream. What then? What then? Guess color-wise... I don't know, I'm gonna have to look up color wheel, or color theory. I don't understand color theory. I know there's like... It's like go for opposites on here. There's like complementary, and then there's contrasting, and there's shit you don't want to do, but... The flames burn hot, kind of white bluish. So if we do kind of this, we would come to blue, and we just go like, can't really do pale and dark at the same time, can I? Don't want it saturated. But blue flames would go quite well with our lighter blue, kind of like electrical shocks coming off of it. So I think that's more or less what we're gonna do. How does that look, though? I guess we just find out. That's not the right shade of blue. It's not the right shade. It's... We're there. Almost. It's not quite. Maybe go for more of a indigo type of situation. Nah, that's too much. We just go dark with it, maybe? And then the lightning, the lighter lightning coming off of it, can be what brightens it up. Yeah. Yas. I think that's okay. And we'll do the same at the tail, so this bleed over is largely meaningless. Gonna have to trust in the line work, better or worse. Like a big old coloring book that I made myself. Honestly, it'll be easier to shave away with an eraser than to fill this in perfectly. Alright. Let's go back to this fella. And back to here. Yeah, alright. And we'll make, just grab black for now. But we'll kind of offset it toward brown. A very deep brown. We'll just use that for the inside of the mouth while we're at it. And the teeth. Well, the teeth. What do I do with you teeth? What do I do with you teeth? We just go white. We just do white teeth. Yeah, I think we just do white teeth. Why mess with perfection? We'll probably off-color them a bit. And like... that seems pretty good. Well, I think a little more in this shade, though. There we go. Fabulous. Fabulous. We'll see how much of this design carries over when I remove the lines, you know? It'll be exciting. Very, very exciting. Know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Mm. That's what I get for not doing lines for the inside edges of the teeth. Alright. Time for upper teeth. Upper teeth. Those aren't really shown, but we'll do something like that. Stellar. All right. Let's see what you look like with outline work. Nasty. Just awful. Never did quite firm up where the head is, did I? Well, while we're at it, let's make a new paint layer. In fact, this is all getting out of hand. Group layer. All right. Take this same color, do up the claws. At this point, we're working with too dark of a color. Flashbang! Light mode. God damn. God damn, god damn. Oh, sugar snap peas. I forgot a segment. Of this blue. My hand can stop cramping up. What the hell? Stop trying to help, computer. Alright. What is this? That's that. Looking for you. You. Oops. Oopsie daisies. Alright, that looks like most what's supposed to be colored is colored, and a lot of what's not is not. We'll go back to our cream section, and we'll kind of square up these eyebrows a bit. There. More detail work, everyone loves it. Everybody loves doing details. Until it's their time to do it. And nobody gives a shit about the details. And all of a sudden the details don't matter as much to them. Looking a little better. Looking a little better. This one's right here. Let's just tidy it up while we're here. There's a lot to do. And I handled it for the most part. Alright. That's kind of a good enough situation. Water time. Oh no. Gonna need a refill. Eventually. Alright, where am I? Paint layer. This was not the intention. I was just gonna make like a paint splotch, but I just started experimenting and generally quite liked it. Undo. So we're just kind of going with it to see where it leads us. I can guarantee there's at least 17 people doing this concept better than I am. Like, probably even at this moment. But, you know, I'm the only one doing it on my channel and in my head. So, therefore, I'm the only one that matters. At this precise time. World champion of spinning. Are you sure? Are you sure you're the master of spinning? Look at this boy. He's a spinny boy. I appreciate your gusto, though. You're gonna do something. Do it with all your heart, man. That's all anyone can really ask of you. Son of a bitch. Stop doing that. jokes. Nah, he's not gonna take your title. He's a friend. You know, we're doing our Pokemon's evolution thing for the game that was announced. So this guy in your Pokemon world where you're going around one office building to the next, challenging people to office chair spinning, this guy is gonna be with you. He's your right-hand man. Look at his tail. He can spin counterclockwise or clockwise. He can help you out. Ain't even a worry in the world. Maybe we use our eraser instead of our pen. Here's a little bleed over here I'd like to get rid of. Pokemans, let me show you them. There's my crowd. Ain't no crowd. Everything's fine, man. We're just hanging. I'm doing this for me. If you want to hang out, you can hang out, man. You can be my crowd. You know, life is what you make of it. You ain't gotta ride the wave. You can be the wave. Chillin'. Eh. Be chillin'. Oh, I'm gonna get this guy done in either this session or the next one, and then I don't know, I might do some Helldivers Friday or Monday. Who knows? I sound sleep deprived? I got a good night's sleep. I woke up at noon at the crack of. This is just my voice. I'm kind of done with life, the universe, and everything though, but you know, smooth. Smooth and silky. That's how we treat the world. I'm trying anyway. Appreciate you coming to hang out. Oh, it's nice to be able to glance over every once in a while and have a conversation, even though my internet delays it like a real son of a gun. Still nice to have something going on. We'll just do that. I'm not gonna go crazy. Gonna get every damn pixel of blue out of here. Smooth like your brain, smooth like my brain, man. Like I only bust out the wrinkles for when I actually gotta do something like intense, you know. If I gotta lock in, that's when the crinkles form. Until then, smooth. I don't need grip to do this. Traction. That's all the wrinkles in the brain are for. It's traction on the world. It grips and then you rip. I don't need that for erasing big lines of color. Why not bucket tool? Because none of my lines meet up. So the title of my thing is me draw good because me caveman, me smooth brain, me hands bad, me no draw good. Like if we zoom in real close, if I bucket tool this, the entire painting, the entire canvas is gonna turn blue. And it's really more about the journey, you know? Scrape a scrape a scrape. I treat this kind of like sculpting. You know, I splotch things down and then I carve away until I get something close to what I want. And then I pat myself on the back and pretend like I'm the greatest who ever lived. That's good enough. Yep. What's going on there? So that's why no bucket tool. Because I am the strangest combination of competence and incompetence. Yeah. Unconnected pixels bad. Ah! Are good. Enjoy heat. Cook meat. Touch no. Oh. New voice. Hi there, Loki, etc. You are in fact here. Nah. What am I drawing? I'm doing kind of a take on a final evolution of the, new fire starter Pokemon that was announced. I don't know if it's any good, but I've been enjoying the process. You're welcome to stick around. I'm kind of at the annoying details stage where I'm doing it wrong. uh, I'm gonna get all the colors more or less where I want them, and then I'm gonna do new line work over it, and then I'm gonna do shading, and then I'm gonna quit forever. Yeah, so the idea is that we're going to, one second, let me just write this down. So we're like, he's a fire starter. Colors. This boy up here is fire. And when we go over this fella, this is the ×2. This is the end stage. We're gonna make him fire, flash, electric. So part of the line work is that the mane of the fur here is going to come out as I'm gonna do the line work in that as a very light blue. We're gonna make some little sparky zappies come off of it as well. That's the idea, anyway. Teeth are my... Yeah, so... That was the notion I came up with when I was looking for teeth. I didn't want to just, like... The first ones I came up with was just big snarling nonsense. And... somewhere in here I have my... Yeah, let's do this. Okay. Somewhere in here I have my references. So, this fella here was my reference for the teeth. This, what am I doing with my life? This fella here was my reference for... Yeah, I've got nowhere to put it. Ah! Okay, behind this one. But, yeah, it's like an Oni mask type of situation. Yeah, holy layers indeed. I've got a problem, and my problem is that I need more layers. No, my real problem is that I need to start labeling my layers so I'm not just fishing around for random cred. You can delete that. But my general reference was the Tibetan Mastiff. Because when he's in a nice, good mood, he's this friendly friend. And when he's not, he's this, this big Snarlo guy. And, I like Big Snarlo. That's what I've been calling, our reference dog here, Snarlo. I could do a much better job of, ripping out my layers and making it less insane. I'll admit that first off. Something that I'll probably never use. Impossible is a word used by those who stop trying. Yeah. What app do I use? I am using a program called Krita. Let me get a thing going here so I can... Oh, that's not it. Let me write it down for you in bright white. I don't think it's pronounced that. It's some god-awful Norwegian word, so it's probably Krita or Krita or Tar. I think it means chalk or something of the like. I make fun of them, but it's all in good sport. I really like it. It's got all the layers that I could ever want. When I downloaded it, it was available for free. I think they have modules that you can buy to make it a little more specialized, but I don't know about that. You can either get it direct from them, which is what I did. I think for a while it was also available on Steam. So if you're a little nervous about going directly to a specific vendor website, you can try through them. Mouse artists and X-Ibis paint finger users. Nah, I'm not familiar with that, but I'm not actually using a mouse. I'm not talented enough for that. I tried a few times. I did like a little portrait of trace portrait of, can't remember his name, but it was the fellow who hosted Inside the Actors Studio. That turned out okay. But my sister then got me a hold of a now kind of old. It was kind of midline at the time, and now it's on the older side, but it's whoop. A Wacom tablet's what I'm using. I don't know the model. I'd have to turn the lights on in my office, and I'm not about to do that. But yeah, that's the type of tablet I'm using. That's the program I'm using over there. And I'm mostly on default settings. I think I've docked a few things differently, and I've changed the color scheme so that I have bright orange highlighting what I'm looking at in my menus. But it's all kind of there. I tried this years and years ago when she first gave it to me, and I thought, this is really stellar. I like it. And it allows... are you familiar with the show Futurama? Where there's an episode, the original like ending of it, where our erstwhile main character, Philip J. Fry, tries to learn a musical instrument that's very highly difficult to use, and he's got and he ends up trading his hands with the robot devil, which allows him to play it. I don't know, if there's 3 or 4 people viewing, then let them chill. Not everybody has to be talking all the time. It's great though. But so he's playing, and he makes the devil refers to it as stupid fingers. I have stupid fingers. My hands don't entirely do what I want them to, but thanks to digital software, a lot of my shortcomings, the vast majority of them, can be covered up by doing what I'm doing, which is zooming in real super close. And, going in and, oh, that's not the shape I want. Well, let's just carve off a bit there, and a bit there, bring it up. It's like making an arrowhead out of a bit of stone. See? That's the shape I want, or not. I appreciate you. My goal at the moment is I'm aiming to stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 2 p.m. my time, or at least 3 hours. I'm on hour 3 right now, so I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep this up, but it's not always going to be this. It's not always going to be art. A lot of the times it's going to be me using it as an excuse to actually play some games that I've otherwise allowed to languish in my backlog, or just ones that I want to grind out. So it'll be a lot of busy work in games. Like, I need to grind out an item, so I'll be doing that. What precisely I'll be doing next, I'm not certain. And then every now and again, I'm gonna try to put together some video that I have an idea for. Like right now, I've got a Monster Hunter concept bopping around my head. It's another like draw a creature type of situation, and I'll figure that out. Yeah, I'm USA Central Time, so if that helps you, I'm not certain. It's what, like -6 GMT? I don't know. Daylight savings always screws about with me. But back at it, I guess. Oh, that's the wrong color. What have I done? Is that the color? That's the color. Alright. Back to busy work. Alright. Get ready for light mode. Ah! Appreciate you, Loki. When you got the time. It's not urgent. What am I doing wrong? I gotta be on the right layer. Turns out. Really hard to actual live stream instead of actually content slot. Yeah. I mean, my idea is largely making kind of second monitor type of content for streaming purposes. You know, while you're doing something, you want like a little background noise. You don't need a lot of whooping and hollering. You want to look over every once in a while and see something that's hopefully interesting. You know, you don't gotta reinvent the wheel every time you boot up the internet, man. Sometimes things are just fine. That said, when I'm playing games, I get a little more animated. I probably more than I ought to be. I dial it up to a 7. So instead of the kind of 4-ish I'm at right now. That's what I've found has worked best for me in the past, performatively, is make a character that is yourself dialed up to 11. But since I'm usually pretty much a sub 5 in volume, I figure a 5 or so is fine. And I plan on making all of these available to watch after the fact, so once again, if you want some second monitor viewing background noise, the stream will be there. Technoblade. I'm not super familiar with that. I don't spend a lot of my time watching streams, and the videos I tend to watch are usually I have like a dozen channels I watch, and they're not really about being boisterous for the most part. But if that was a compliment, I'll gladly take it. I'll check them out. Oh, fella passed on. Oh, okay. Oh, that's why that sounds vaguely familiar. Oh, I have like I have an approximate knowledge of many of the things that happen on the internet. But hey, such is. It's unfortunate. I'm sure a lot of people got a lot of really solid entertainment out of the fella. It sounds a little callous to say, but such is again. Can't bring the dead back to life just yet. I'm working on it. Not hard, but you know, what's a little necromancy in your off hours? Already did those. Okay. On to the tail. Well, I mean, paying a lot of attention to the monitor. I'm trying to glance over at my my chat here as I can. I mean, it helps that, you know, it's kind of just two of you bouncing back and forth off each other. Easier to keep track of when there's not dozens of things flashing by. I'm sure there's plenty of folks who would if they could, but it just doesn't happen for, like I said, things flashing by at the speed of light. If I don't respond right away, please don't take offense. 'Tis not intended. Just trying not to get frustrated at this. Ah! Alright, it's all good. I goof mostly. Mostly a goof. Good enough. Yeah. Who liked that undo button? It and I have a very strong relationship. Unfortunately, my hotkey for undo is next to copy and redo, so whatever. Yeah, I do. Well, The intention is to do so. Always, Dungeons and Dragons, or some other tabletop. The intention is to play Dungeons and Dragons, but, my social group is old, including myself, so we don't always get the option when we want to schedule malaligning and the such. Yeah, so I did do like a whole channel years and years ago now. And I wanted to kind of do a fresh start now that my workload in real life has eased up. At least for a spell, and I have the opportunity to put time into this again. So I've done a soft reset on it. Oh, yeah, alright, Loki. Have a good one. I'm gonna keep saying what I'm saying. If you check it out, though, that's fine. Have a good one. Yeah, so I've been doing kind of a soft reset of my channel. To that end, I have taken all of my old stuff and sequestered it to playlists and marked them as old. So that people know that's not my current bag, baby. And I might take the opportunity to get some more D&D stuff, or tabletop stuff in the future. But those projects are kind of backlogged heavily. Also, most of the D&D videos I made were kind of an April Fool's thing, where I was trying to be like, oh, it's 24 hours of, or 48 hours of D&D content every day. Then I liked making it, so I made a few more, and allowed me to get some ideas out of my head. Oh, forgive me. Allowed me to get some ideas out of my head. Thing is, watching somebody peter about in a Word file is usually significantly less interesting, even than this. Like, if I were to make a video out of this, I would be A, insane, and B, I would be speeding everything the hell up. Like, easily by 10 times. No, it's just not quite worth it. Alright, what do we got here? Viking Gaming. Viking Gaming, I am puttering about with a concept for a final evolution to the newly announced Pokemon starter, Fire Starter in particular. And at the moment, because I'm kind of a crazy person, it's involving me doing it, like, wrong. I'm kind of blotching out my colors and then carving them back to the line work, and then I'm going to be doing more line work. The idea is that it goes kind of, turns more into a Tibetan Mastiff. Where do I got that? That's not it. Nope, ain't it either. Consarn it. What am I doing with my life? Here we go. So it's gonna be more Tibetan Mastiff, and I'm probably gonna shift some colors around and some line work. But the overall idea is that, like, the main loops up and around when it's attacked and then tightens back up into this more curly situation. This more curly situation over here. Attack, big Snarlo. Not attack, fluffy friend. And this is supposed to be like mid-attack. It occurs to me that it's kind of coming across dragony, which is not my intention. The idea is that it's going to be electric. Fire electric, and there'll be sort of shocks coming off these fireball-y kind of stone things. That is core concept anyhow. So colors, line work again, then shading, and I'll be just about donezo with this project. It might take another session, but I mean, I'm having fun with it, and that's what matters mostly. Undo. So yeah, chill out, hang out, I'll talk when I can. Do I have a favorite Pokemon? Yes. It's not even close. It's Magmar. I adore Magmar from the first time I saw it. One of the first episodes of the Pokemon anime I ever saw was the gym battle with Blaine, where Magmar comes out and just completely rules everybody. And I know that's not really how it works in game, but I mean, you also can't attack the horn with lightning, so I think it's fine. As a second, though, I adore Hoppip. Hoppip is just a little guy. and I love him for it. One of the many things I've drawn in the past is a Magmar just kind of lounging about on a rock with a little plush Hoppip kind of curled up in its claws underneath. I'll have to track down, see where I've placed that anywhere. Well, got a text message I gotta look at here. Alright, good. Had a family member traveling, or letting me know how they've been. They're doing well, by the way. If that thought comes to mind. What Krita wisdom do I have for the viewers? Almost none. I don't... It's been many years since I've picked this up. I just started doing it again, I don't know, like a week ago, because I just felt the need to do it. I had the free time, so I had to do it. Layers. Always layers. Don't do what I do. These layers here, label them. Label your layers so you're not just diving through trying to desperately remember numbers. Life is much easier with labels. I think you'll find that works outside of this program as well. Definitions are very important. It makes conversations a lot easier as well, because if everybody's on, well, not on the same page necessarily, but if everybody's using the same book, life is a lot easier. You can disagree about the meaning or the interpretation of a cluster of words, but you gotta know what each individual word means. Weird tangents. I'm not sorry about that, though. Is one of the things, I don't know if I'm passionate about it, but I'm very stringent about, is that everybody works from a similar set of definitions. Otherwise, an argument or a conversation goes nowhere. For instance, look at legal definitions for things like, pick up a code book for, say, the American National Electric Code. There is a whole brick of definitions for words at the beginning that are used throughout, and different sections of that code might use definitions for words that only really appear in there. But the fact that they're in there and like each section has a definition, and then there's the definitions for the whole book in its entirety, marvelous. I wish more of life was like that. Not necessarily specifically the National Electric Code, though. There's a lot of dumb shit in there. They do not trust people to keep themselves alive, and honestly, probably for good reason. Like Clodsire and Fuecoco. Yeah. No, Quagsire and to extension, I don't grok with a lot of a lot of the newer Pokemon post, even in Sun and Moon, but post Sun and Moon especially, just don't, like, register with me. They kind of bounced off. But Clodsire is just Quagsire, but, like, I don't know, swimming around in the mud on his belly. He's a good guy. And Fuecoco has that same kind of, like, smooth brain energy that I quite enjoy. So I get that. I do. I don't know why I'm being pixel perfect with this. I don't need it to be pixel perfect. We can get it close enough. Yeah, he says, before immediately going back on that. No thoughts, head empty. Whoop. Let the world bounce off. In my lane, unbothered, thriving. Oop, that's the wrong direction. Okay. Art wisdom? This isn't mine to pass on. I got it from somebody else that I watch online. I used to really quite enjoy. I just kind of lost track of him. I don't know what he's still doing. Fella, guess I'll plug the channel. Who gives a crap? For all I know, he's like a serial killer now or something. That'd be hilarious. Fella named Plague of Gripes. He's what got me to actually, like, start trying this in the first place years ago. Because he had a video where he was just kind of drawing, or it was the speed was the background. He was talking about his process for it, and he was like, you know what, not everybody is, you know, at the professional level, and a lot of people may never be at the professional level, but that doesn't stop you from just doing it. Just grab something and go. You know, if you want to draw. If you don't know how to make a hand or an eye or a face or the shape of a skull, just make it happen anyway. You know, where was this? All of this started with tracing our boy here. That's what I got in the bottom corner. That got me a lot of the design language that I can't do freehand, but, you know, I've been trying. And I traced out our mouth and our Snarlo fella here. Arrow. so people can see. Snarlo in the bottom corner here, I traced out his mouth and his eyebrows and the shape of him, and we pared it away until we got sort of here. So just, a lot of people are like, hey man, you can't trace, you gotta just draw. Forget that. Do what's in your skill set. Okay? That's all there is. Just do it, you know, like the shoe company wants you to. Alright, I think we're done with blue. I think we've gotten all the blue in place. Time to pare down our cream. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how the Oni Mask teeth turned out. I might need to redo the tusks over here, but I think by and large it turned out alright. I think by and large we turned out alright. And you know, another thing is I'm not good with shapes. I can't make a perfect circle. Let the computer do it for you. If you can do like only one half of a shape, and if you like that shape and you want it matched on the other side, see that didn't happen. Just duplicate it, mirror it, merge it down together. Who gives a crap? You know, especially if you're just doing it for you. You're the audience that's important to you. Ah, I didn't do the claws on this one. Now, we'll get to it. Son of a gun. Oh, no. I messed up. I was on the wrong layer. Oh no, how far back do I need to go? I'm going to assume there. Alright. Oh boy. That was not ideal. Glad I caught that before it became a huge problem. Alright. While we're at this, we'll just... That's wrong. That's incorrect. This color. Alright, we'll call that good enough. Blurb that out. Okay. I think that's all the holes in the color I had. Go back to you. Spoonmaster? I'm sure that outside of your professional situation with the spinning of office chairs, things in general, I would imagine, you and Spoonmaster might be able to get along, you know? Sure, generally a nice fella. I don't know either of you personally, so I couldn't speak to it, but do up what you can. Everybody's got their own circumstances, my dude. I try to understand. I don't always succeed. A lot of times I get angry at people for really stupid reasons, but and you know, there's a lot of people out there. There are a lot of people out there who deserve a pretty righteous distaste. Hate, as one might describe it. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Spoonmaster. You'd have to tell me. I'm willing to learn. Oh, yeah, you can't leave the bathroom door open. Oh, well, okay, so here's the thing. If the bathroom isn't in use, leave the door open, because then people will know it's not in use and can use it. But if you're actively, evacuating yourself, close the door for the sake of everyone. It's no good. I've taken some pretty righteous movements in my time, and I wouldn't want people to be exposed to that. I didn't want to be in the same room as me at the time. It's not okay. Yeah, when I was much younger, I was at somebody's house, and they were like, "Yeah, the bathroom's over there." And I was a guest. It was the holidays. I didn't frequent this place, and you know, one of the homeowners was like getting changed, getting ready to go out. He was clothed, but still, it's embarrassing to walk in on somebody doing something in the toilet because you don't know that it's in use. So, ever since then, I implemented a door stays open when not in use policy in my own abode. Because, let me tell you, it is not fun to be standing around waiting to drop a deuce when literally no one is in there. That said, absolutely steal his spoons, you know. I think that'd be funny on its own. Long as, you know, legally speaking, you give them back after the fact. You know, pranks are all fun and games until the law gets involved. Let me tell you, I've tried it. No amount of office chair spinning is going to get you out of that situation. There you go. Be a good sport about it. Give them back eventually. Let them sweat it out for a little while. Like, I'm trying to eat my gelato, but I cannot. I cannot eat my gelato. That righteous dandy spin master has taken my spoons. I think I'm going to come in with an over-the-top layer here later, rather than try to get that perfect. I'll just clean that up that much for now. Alright, that's a little better. Yeah, the bulk of the work done though. That'll do. Oh boy. Okay. How long have I been on? 4 hours? Alright, we're gonna kick it into underdrive. Just gonna... By that I mean I'm gonna keep going the same pace until I've gotten my base color work done. And I'm just gonna not do the new line work today. I'll do the new line work some other time. But time-wise, I'm doing a lot better than I might have thought I would after last time. My last one, I was feeling like I had done half the amount of work I had planned to do in twice the time. It was really quite demoralizing. Especially since the more I thought about the design and looked at it, I just didn't like it. You know, I'm uncertain if imaginary people can press charges. I know, that'd be something to check out. You know, contact your congressman about that one. That's a little outside of my experience range. One of my problems I was facing with the old design, the previous design, not really old, like a day old, is that I was a little too much Entei. I think I'm still kind of in the Entei-ish area, but I think it could be worse. I do. Alright. That's basically that taken care of. Go back to our claws. Do that. Is this the right color? Ah, that's an eraser. Is this the right color? Yes. Alright. Might as well start here. Honestly, I think what's most important is you're able to distinguish that it's a character you made up. Can't say I've always been in the position to say the same. Not like clinically, of course, but I've had some real bad fevers in the past, let me tell you what. And I can tell you, not everybody you're talking to is always real. But as long as you're in a good frame of mind, you can sort of tell who is and who is not. Shouldn't be a problem. Now that I think more about it. That's probably terrible advice. If you're having difficulties determining reality from not, maybe seek someone who isn't drawing bad Pokemon online. Alright, erase that. Looking good. Alright. Back to red. Back to red layer. Find any more holes in it. There we go. Okay. Alright. Start at the tail, move down. It's the only thing I can imagine doing right. Looks like I got some more blue to do down here. That's fine. Everything is fine. And down the rump. Gonna have to come back and touch up that blue layer. There we go. One of these days, I'll get the muscle memory down for not immediately painting when I mean to erase and erase when I mean to paint. Today is not that day. Like that. Loki, welcome back. It's a lot cleaner than before. I've got some touching up to do on my blue layer. I'm getting rid of a lot of the splotchiness, so it's coming together. Sooner or later. Unfortunately, a lot of this is just section by section, pixel by pixel. I'm paying a lot more attention than I probably need to, considering I'm going to be redoing almost all of this line work at some point. But I guess being in the neighborhood and filling out some colors is better than having to do this later. It's gotta get done. Might as well do it. When the entire thing gets to being done, there's gonna be like an underlayer of like a very dark gray to kind of cover up a lot of my mistakes. That way I can pretend to be a little better at this than I am. Yeah, okay. Shift that down thereabouts. Good enough. Okay, smoky. A little more over here. Absolute focus. Time to wrinkle that brain just a little bit. There we go. Good enough. Alright, Loki. Stay safe, stay warm. May the road rise up to meet you, etc. Thank you, thank you. Nearing the finish line. I can feel it. There we go. Alright, back to blue. Back to blue. Undo that. Works best if you're on the right layer. Alright. I think I'm in the neighborhood of what I want to be. Let's call you flat colors. Let's see what you look like without the line work, friend. Bad. Pretty bad. While I'm at it, though, we'll go down to red and we'll touch up that hole that I see there. And that there, too. Why not? A little more there. That going on. Alright. Now we can come back to this. Get our line work back on. Alley-oop. And a smudge there. And a smudge there. I kind of got a Knuckles the Echidna color scheme going. I'm now realizing. Isn't necessarily bad. But like, why though? Alrighty. That's looking pretty alright. I think I have a decent base for working things out from here. I gotta practice with the, I gotta practice a little bit with the shading. I can't just go. Though I am rather over my planned time, but I mean, I don't got a lot going on. I got enough going on, but I don't got... Did I make a group and then not use it? the hell? Alright, well, there we go. Nice. Alright, we'll call you... Call you shading. And we'll take another one. Add a group layer. Call you highlights. Alright. So, just as a... like... no, that was planned. Okay. I thought some of these blobby shapes were a little outside the lines than I wanted, but so as a concept for how I learned to do shading is you just take a deep color, not quite black, not quite gray, and just go, I want this area dark. Why is that not painting? Oh, because I'm on eraser for some godforsaken reason. Alright, I want this area dark. You just like paint over it. I want this dark. I want, say, this area dark. I'm not gonna do all of this today, but I'm gonna do like a little overview of what I'm up to. And we just like shrink that opacity down. Whoop. And now it's darker. I don't have to find the perfect shade. I can just gray. I can just do dark gray. 25%. 20-something percent. It's fine. 25%. And then let's say I want that area darker, but I want other areas to be not as dark. Well, you know what you do? You make a new layer and you paint over all of that again. So you want that to be dark. But also I want this section to be kind of dark. And kind of behind the mane, I want that to be dark. Like under the chin. I want that to be dark. Maybe kind of a little around the buttock. I don't know. I don't know how lighting works. But say we want to just a little bit under the eyes as well. Just to like, hey, they're big bushy brows. A little under the nose. Have it hanging out. All of that mouth. We don't need that to be too bright. And we can do a little in here, a little in there. Alright. Then you bring that down to like 25. And congratulations, now you've got shading on shading on shading. So your opacities overlap. You get the illusion of what's going on there. So we can say we want these to be kind of have a little swirl to them. You can come in on this layer. On the swirl, we can make a little loop. Make a little loop. We can do it same on this layer to darken it out more. And you can just keep layering 25% opacities until you're happy with where it's at. And then you carve them back the way I did before. Back here, we want that darker. We want this little section darker. Maybe the underside of the teeth. Then you can like zoom in and say, hey, those teeth are too dark. Let's get some shine on them. Just like at the front sections, and we just say, hey, I don't want that. It's undo, or not undo. Erase just the front of the teeth. So yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm gonna be doing. Not this time. I'm getting awfully hungry, so I think I need to call it a day. I'm gonna save this as it is. First, let's grab our blackened section. We'll get our reference materials back up. Don't need that. Alright. I think this is going pretty okay. I think we've completely left Pokemon behind. I don't know how to draw Pokemons, but I think this is getting pretty alright. Maybe add a little bit of like that cream fluff behind these spinny bits. I'll have to meditate on that. What inspired me to what inspired me to draw again? I've just had free time. I'm an electrician by trade, and I work mostly in new construction, and my knees aren't what they used to be. So I'm kind of one of the first guys to be benched, for better or worse. And I'm sort of getting by, and I needed to do something. I'm going stir crazy, staring at. I don't have enough projects in my house. to keep me busy anymore. So I picked this back up, and like I said, I don't know if I said it. I have an idea in mind for a Monster Hunter thing that will involve me drawing something Monster Huntery. And I figured, why not relearn the software? Why not relearn the software? As such is, you know? Just gotta keep doing, unfortunately. Life doesn't like it when you have idle hands. You know, doing nothing, trying nothing doesn't work. For most people. And I'm most people. I'm many people at least. Before I sound any crazier, I'd like to thank everybody for who has been here, or who still is here, for checking it out. It's been fun. But I gotta get some food. And I'm doing alright. Alright. Food, water, etc. Stay safe. Safe travels. Some other third thing. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Goodbye.